Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum. Whoa, it's loud today. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have very special guest artist, Benjamin Cobb. Ben Cobb is the head of our glass shop here. He's a super talented glass blower. He's been blowing glass for 30 years. Started when he was a teenager. He's done glass demonstrations all over the world, in Italy, Sweden, Czech Republic. He's taught at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School, and he's been a mainstay here of the museum since it opened. In a lot of Mr. Cobb's work, we have these skinny stripes. They're called cane, C-A-N-E. Piece of cane. And so the first order of business to prepare is to do what's called pulling cane. So when we use these canes, they're about the size of a pencil. So instead of making each one individually, we're going to make one that's maybe 30 feet long, and then we're going to chop it up. So the process of making these is called pulling cane. Basically what we're doing is we're manufacturing stripes. Ben, over on the left, tall guy, is preparing the glass. Sarah, in the middle, is making a little disc of glass called a post. And we're going to use Sarah's glass as a handle to stretch the glass that Ben is preparing on the left. Up on the big screen, you see a variety of Mr. Cobb's artwork. So you'll see across the front of the studio, we have a series of wooden ladders. We're going to stretch the glass all the way across these wooden ladders, and then we're going to rest it on the wooden ladders to cool. This process, pulling cane, is a tricky process. The hard thing to do is to get it to dry out evenly. We don't want thick and thin parts. We want it, the whole length to be as uniform as possible. Here we go. We'll attach the mass of glass to the post and begin the stretching. All glass looks orange when it's hot, no matter what color it is. You won't see the true color till this glass cools off. Once they've stretched the glass as far as they need to, we'll stop, hold it up in the air for a minute, let it stiffen, and then we'll gently rest it on the wooden ladders. So all this will be cut up into small pieces. The small pieces will be embedded in other pieces of artwork, and they'll become the stripes. So just to get you started, give you a little just quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each of the glass furnaces, there's 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it in the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. Dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time, until we have all the glass we need to make whatever we're making. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory holes. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. They have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Does anybody have any questions so far? You can see some examples of our guest artist's work, Ben Cobb, on the pedestals. Yeah, it's a team sport. They were a team of glass blowers. Yeah, so we're making Ben's stuff. Ben is the lead glass blower, and then the other guys are assisting him. The other persons are assisting him. Yes. Sure. So we're preparing some more glass for another cane pull.
My name's Ben Cobb. I live here in Tacoma, Washington, and I've been
Turn the
working at the
volume
museum
down.
for the past almost 12 years. And my role here is the head gaffer and the hotshot manager. The visiting artist residencies here are typically a week long, and this is the second time that I've done it here, and it's a fantastic opportunity to play, experiment, possibly make new things, make new work, and it's a time where you can kind of breathe a little bit and not be so concerned about the financial constraints and be a little bit more free with what you make. There's a crew of 4 of us who work very closely together all the time. We're kind of like a very tight family. We typically are working for another artist. Painters and poets and glassmakers and ceramic artists and people who work with metal. It runs a gamut. It's kind of the conversations that you have sometimes with artists, and you're able to do this with people from all over the world. You're able to bounce your ideas off other people and maybe get some feedback and critiques from a wide variety of people and from a lot of different viewpoints. So I think that is very helpful in pursuing your ideas. I always thought I was going to be a marine biologist. That didn't happen. Never thought I'd necessarily be an artist and a maker, but I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing, and it's been a lot of fun. Most of my stuff is sort of abstract biological forms and to do with the human body as well as the natural world around me. So my family and I, we spend a lot of time in the outdoors, you know, camping and hiking and fishing, and so a lot of the colors of the Northwest out here, the colors and some of the forms I come across, and kind of merging those two with some biological forms. That's what I've focused on for the past 6 or so years, making things like that. And now I'm starting to make a little bit of a departure from that as well. This week we're working on a series of a bunch of different things really, but the main focus is to make these large-scale cylinders to make into sheet glass to make sort of abstract slides, microscope slides, and they're scaled up. Here are some, you know, images of actual slides and diatoms. This here is muscle tissue. These are different cells. I'm trying to just use these as source imagery for inspiration to get the finished product here. So all microscope slides have different dyes or stains that stain the tissue or the matter so that it shows up underneath a microscope. I think what I came across and what I remember, a typical microscope slide is about 1 inch by 3 inches. I've scaled them up to 8 by 24, and we're using various techniques, and we're blowing these up to make these large-scale slides. I'm not sure what the finished product will be, but it'll be a small installation of these panels on a wall. Just keep it on center, all right? I think a lot of my work is very tight and very controlled, and this, although the finished product will be tight and very controlled, the getting there involves using techniques that are just a little looser than my normal working style, but it's to get the overall effect for the finished product. Looks good to me. Punty back corner something. Oh, torch. No, we haven't done that in a while, huh? I want to apply technique to my ideas. Perfect. Don't want the work to be all about technique, but you know, learning how to do something and do it well, and then take that knowledge and apply it to making your idea realized. What? All right, squeeze. Cool, thank you. Perfect.
Hi. So today we have a very special guest artist, Ben Cobb. He's a tall guy in the center of the workshop. And we're doing some preparatory work right now. We're doing what's called pulling cane, C-A-N-E. Can we put up the picking up cane on a bubble slide? So we make these rods of colored glass. We melt them into other pieces of glass, and each rod becomes a stripe in the final piece. When we use them in this size right here, so it's kind of like a short pencil. So instead of making each one of these individually, we're going to stretch out a rod that's maybe 30, 40 feet long, and then we'll chop it up for our individual stripes. Mr. Cobb, our guest artist, he's the director of the glass shop here. He's been working here since the museum opened. He's a very talented glassmaker and artist, and he's demonstrated glassmaking all over the world, in Italy, Sweden, France. He's taught at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School. He's represented by the Traver Gallery, Traver, in downtown Seattle, although he exhibits his work all over the world. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So right now in the center, we're making what's called a color cup. We want to put a layer of color on the outside of a glass piece. We blow, it looks like a little cup or bowl, and then we drop another bubble inside. So we can layer colors or patterns. And so right now, in the center, we're making the color cup. The man sitting to the left of the workbench, Nick, he's the guy that's blowing. He blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, inflates the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The next part of this process is to transfer the bubble from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah in the black shirt, to left of center, she's preparing the punty. So we're going to transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to the punty. Sarah comes over with the punty. Gabe, sitting at the bench, will stick it on, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Drip some water where we want the glass to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. We put up some of Mr. Cobb's artwork up on the big screen. So these are some examples of the sculptures by Mr. Cobb. Mr. Cobb is very interested in nature and human biology, and some of the shapes that he makes are abstracted forms of human organs, like your stomach. He uses classical variations on classical Venetian decorations to make his modern sculptures. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely, if ever, work alone. So Ben is our lead glass blower, but all these other guys are working for Ben. He's the tall guy over there on the far left. Do you guys have any questions so far? He's making a color cup. We put up the stuffing the color cup slide again. Look up on the big screen. So it's a way of layering different colors and patterns. We make a hollow cup. We put another bubble in there with different colors. So none of this things that we're doing now have anything to do with the final shape. They were all sort of preparations for the color and the design. Everything we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip them in the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. Dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. So we're getting ready to stuff the color cup. In the center here, we'll take the color cup off that steel rod, place it in a stand. Ben will come over with his glass and stuff it inside. These are called color bar. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. We blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. It's called a color overlay. Can we play color overlay? We have a little video show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now we're going to take that bubble that we created, and we're going to stretch it out, and we're going to make a big, long, skinny rod called cane, C-A-N-E. We'll attach the glass that Ben prepared to the post. And now we're going to start to stretch. So this process is called pulling cane, C-A-N-E. We use rods of colored glass to make stripes in other pieces of glass. When we use them in sort of a pencil size. Instead of making each one individually, we'll stretch out a long rod, maybe 20 or 30 feet long, and then we chop it up. little over enthusiastic. We'll bust off the other end. So these white rods that we're making are made with a special kind of glass called Duro, which is very stiff, and so it can be finicky. But the good part of Duro is when we make a line in a finished object, the lines stay true and clear. They don't fade or smear because the glass is so stiff. We're going to make lines in other pieces of glass. So can we put up the picking up cane on a bubble? So if you look up on the big screen, so we lay out whatever pattern of stripes we want. We blow a bubble, we roll it over there. The little rods of colored glass stick to the surface, and we melt them in. Each rod becomes one stripe in the final piece. So basically what we're doing at the moment is manufacturing stripes. Ben Cobb, our guest artist, is a tall guy in the center. He's been working glass for 30 years. He started when he was a teenager. He's been with the museum since it opened in 2002. And he's a very excellent glass blower, and he's the head of our glass shop here at the museum. Glass blowing is a team sport, so everybody else on the floor is working for Ben, doing various parts of the process. The man in the gray shirt is Gabe Feenan. The woman to the left of center in the black shorts, Sarah Gilbert. Nick Davis with his hands on her hip, Sayuri Fukuda. And Kristen Elliott. So we're going to make another white color cup to pull some more white cane. over here. And then we'll use those to make stripes in the actual sculptures. Well, just, no, probably next hour or so. Everything that we do uh, has to be cooled slowly overnight so it doesn't break. We cool it in these big black ovens. They're called annealers. So the stuff that they're looking at now is the stuff that was made yesterday. So well, right now it's room temperature. Right now it's room temperature. When they put the stuff in there, no. This is what they worked on yesterday. This is cooled off already. So today we'll be putting stuff in here. This is at 925 degrees. We keep it there all day. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. And we'll put it in there, and then it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down overnight. Glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, throw them into the furnace, cook them overnight, and in the morning they all melt together and make glass. We put up some examples of Mr. Cobb's artwork up on the big screen. So Mr. Cobb, he's, like I said before, he's been blowing glass for 30 years. It's hard to believe looking at him. So he's very interested in nature and in human biology. And some of the forms that he uses are abstractions of human organs, like a stomach. He calls these forms over there stomachs, because there's the esophagus and then the stomach itself. One of the features of his work are these windows, these little clear sections where you can see into the interior of the piece. Some of you may actually recognize Ben because he was on television. There's a Netflix show called Blown Away, which is a reality TV competition for glassblowers. And this season, Ben was one of the guest judges. Yes. It's called Blown Away. And if you want to see Ben, it's season 4, episode 6. So in the center, Gabe is opening up the color cup that we're using. This, once again, we're using this very stiff white called Duro. It's a little bit hard to handle, but the benefit is when we use it to make lines, no matter how much we blow that thing out, the lines will remain crisp and clear. Do you guys have any questions? So in the center, Gabe in the gray shirt is putting the finishing touch on our color cup. So we want to make these canes, these rods of colored glass, we want them to be white on the outside and clear on the inside. So we're going to stuff that color cup with clear glass and then stretch it out. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. The white little bowl shape that Gabe is making in the center, that's the part where we mark color cup. And over on the left, Ben is getting the glass to fill the color cup. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass that Ben is going to fill that with is clear glass. But apparently it looks orange because it's so hot it's glowing. But that glass is as clear as your eyeglasses. Called pulling cane. We're making long, skinny rods of glass. We're going to chop up like this, and then we're going to make them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. So we're basically manufacturing fancy stripes. great museum. You guys have any questions? Yeah, but there's glass in both of these.
These two. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one being brought up to temperature, I guess. It says
No, it says don't over. Oh, that they must have charged it last night, so it's cooking glass.
okay.
Well, we did that yesterday, and now it's cooking. And when it's finished cooking, we'll take it. No. Let it cook for a little while, another 15 hours. And we have the whole thing full. The glass in that furnace is all cooked up and ready to use. The glass in that furnace is cooking. We have to cook it for quite a while so that all the bubbles, when it first fuses together and makes glass, it traps air and there's bubbles in it. And so we cook it, and as we cook it, the bubbles rise to the surface and pop, and that gets all the bubbles out. So over on the far left, Ben has our stuffed color cup with a layer of the stiff white on the outside, and it's filled with clear glass. And we're going to stretch that out to make more cane, more stripes. So over on the left, Ben is preparing the glass to stretch. You need to get the glass to the right shape and the right temperatures so that it draws out evenly. That's what we're looking for. A long, skinny rod that we can cut up. We've handed the glass to Sarah up on the ramp. I'm going to pull this straight down. We use the torch to heat up sections that are not stretching as evenly as we want. So we're going to break that rod up. And because we're making a thicker version, those have to be cooled in the annealer. So in the center, Gabe has dipped his bubble into our big tank of molten glass. He's added a layer of clear. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So up on our balcony, we have a small exhibit of the work of Lino Tagliapietra. Lino is one of the greatest, or maybe the greatest glass blower in the world. He started when he was 11. He retired when he was 87. And he's an amazing, amazing glass blower. He's had a close relationship with our museum. He's been here many times and worked in our shop. And in the future, we're planning an exhibit hall totally dedicated to Lino's work. So now Gabe, in the center, is shaping that bubble using a tool called the block. He's switching to a pad of newspaper, just ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So what Gabe is making is called a color cup. It's a little kind of bowl shape. It's hollow, and we're going to fill it with clear glass, and then we're going to stretch it out to make rods called canes, C-A-N-E. And those rods will eventually become stripes in the finished artwork. We've had a little bit of trouble because we're using a very special, very stiff glass that doesn't behave like the other glass. And it makes nice stripes, but it's a little bit hard to deal with. So Nick, sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes. You guys have any questions? Well, good, good. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Natural gas. Natural gas and forced air. So they blow air into the flame to make it hotter. We have two types of ovens. We have glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed. We have two of those. And then the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, we have four of those. But we don't light them all the time. We just light up the ones that are necessary for our project. He's heating the glass with a torch. The next part of this process is to transfer our color cup from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the puntee. Nick is making the puntee. He brings it to Gabe. Gabe sticks it on the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So this allows us to get to the opposite side of that bubble and work that shape that. He'll drip some water where he wants the glass to break. There he goes. Little tap, and off it comes. So now that bubble is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? Can we put up the solid one? So this is what we're going to do. You see the piece on the bottom, marked color cup. That's what Gabe is making right there. Over on the other bench, Ben is making the glass to go inside. So you want to have white on the outside and clear on the inside. So we'll stuff the clear into that cup. Does that make sense? Okay. No, that's a good answer. So we want to have colored glass on the outside of this object. So we make a hollow thing, and then we fill it with clear glass, and there's clear glass in the middle, and a layer of white on the outside. These are not pieces. We're just doing what's called pulling cane. So we're making rods of colored glass. So we're making rods of colored glass that we're going to use to make stripes in other pieces. So these are called canes, C-A-N-E. We melt into other pieces to make stripes. So we're making the cane that we're going to use in projects later. Nope. This is what's called color bar. This is how we get our colored glass. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, or pink. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass. We coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. So we have a little video, show you. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a puntee rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we apply the color that way is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with green glass, we could only make green. If we color each bubble individually, we can have any color at any time. So we're getting ready to stuff our color cup in the center. We're going to take the color cup off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a little stand. Then Ben's going to come over with his clear glass and stuff it. So we'll take the cup off the metal rod. So here comes Ben with the clear glass. We place the color cup in the stand. And then Ben comes over with his hot molten clear glass. We drop it inside and press down until it fills that white cup. So we'll have a solid piece of glass that's clear in the middle, and it's a layer of white on the outside. Oh, you never master the whole life, takes your whole life. Let's see. Ben has been working glass for 30 years. Gabe, 27 years. Sarah, 23 years. Me, 45. Did I say 27 and a half? 27 makes you sound younger. Right. So now we have our big solid chunk of glass with clear in the middle and a very stiff white on the outside. We're going to heat that up, and then we're going to stretch it out and make rods like this, which will eventually become stripes in some of the things we're going to make later on in this residency. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? So can we put up the picking up cane on a bubble? So if you look up on the big screen, this sort of gives you some idea what I'm talking about. So we lay out a pattern of these colored rods, and we take a bubble, we roll it over, and they stick to the surface of the glass, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes one stripe in the final piece. So basically what we're doing here is manufacturing stripes that we're going to use later. Does that make sense? I don't know where you're pointing. Over on this table here? Oh. Yes. Yes, those are them. Um, it depends on the artist. Some people are big planners, some people are not. Ben's a little bit of a, I mean, he's got a general idea, but he's a little bit more of a spontaneous guy. You know, it's like cooking. There's the recipe followers and people who just wing it. Oh yeah. Well, Ben Cobb, guest artist, tall guy. He's leading the team. He's telling them what to do and when to do it. Yes, he's the artist. These are his designs. He's also the lead glass blower in making them, and he's directing the team to do whatever's necessary to make his designs. So you can see some examples of his work on the various pedestals. A lot of the things that we do here require some preparatory work, and that's basically what we're doing right now. We're making a bunch of rods of colored glass that we're going to use later on as stripes. Oh yeah, different widths. We can make fancy ones, we can make plain ones. So here we go. The rods are called cane, and this process is called pulling cane. So instead of making each of these little rods by itself, we'll pull out one big long one and chop it up. Yes. When they feel they've stretched it as far as they need to, we'll hold it up in the air. We'll let it stiffen a bit, and then we'll rest it on the wooden ladders to cool. And when it's cool, we'll chop it up into little pencil-sized sections that we use to make striped artwork. We'll bust off the two ends. So we'll just leave that on the ladders where it'll cool, and then we'll chop it up. So now we're going to make one of Mr. Cobb's sculptures. It'll be a shape similar to the ones that you see here. And he calls these shapes stomachs, because that would be sort of an abstraction. That would be the esophagus. That would be the stomach.
You're going to use that for color
With stripes.
at some later point. And you said, so now
Not now.
now he'll be working on.
Pieces like that. If we're making something big and it's really hot, we'll put a glove on. But as long as you're comfortable, it's easier to do it without them. We don't get burned that much. Not as much people think. But it doesn't actually happen. So for this sculpture that we're going to make, we want to layer the colors. So over on the far left, Ben in the black shirt is going to blow a bubble of clear glass. And the other glass blowers are picking up bars of colored glass. And I think he said he was going to put 3 different colors on this bubble. All glass looks orange when it's really hot. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So now Ben, sitting at the bench, has the clear glass bubble. I'm going to coat it with the colored glass that Gabe in the gray shirt is heating up. So we're starting the sculpture. Uh, First thing we do is to blow a bubble of clear glass. And now we're coating it with black glass. That was the first color that we applied. Then we're going to apply white glass over that. And then clear glass over that. We put up some of Mr. Cobb's sculptures. So one of the features of his sculptures, he has these windows, he calls them, these clear sections where you can see into the interior. So when he coats the glass with several different colors, one color on the interior, different color on the outside, you can look through those windows and see the color on the inside. So, for those who just came in, our guest artist is Ben Cobb, the man on the far left, tall guy. Ben is the director of our glass shop here at the museum. He's been with the museum since we opened 22 years ago. Um, he's given glass demonstrations all over the world, in Italy, in Czech Republic, in Sweden. He's taught at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School, and usually he's here making glass for other people, and this week he's our featured artist, and he'll be making his own designs. You can see some of his sculptures here on the pedestals. And so we'll be making this one that we're starting now will be a similar shape to these ones here. Ben is interested in science and biology, and he calls these shapes stomachs. So it's sort of abstracted from the human stomach. Nope. Nope. No, we start things over there. The main part will be over here in the center. Nothing. Nope. We generally do most of our work in the center just because it's easier for people to see. Yeah, it was, first 5 or 10 minutes, we're applying the colored glass. We started over there, but most of the process will be here in the center. Glass blowing is a team sport. So we have a team working with Ben. We have Sayuri Fukuda over there on the right. Gabe Feenan stretching. And Sarah Gilbert over on the left. So we're going to let that glass cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to coat it with clear glass. All our glass is in the glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So behind those doors, in each of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip it into the big tank of molten glass. We dip it in, we twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. So Ben will let his bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to coat it with clear glass. Each time we dip the bubble into the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather.
You were saying that you have melted glass at the back, and it's always melted. So you dip you dip it in and wrap it.
Yes, the furnaces are ones with the doors closed,
Okay.
and inside each one is a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass.
And it's like 24 hours a day.
Yes. So now Ben is going over to the furnace. He's going to dip his bubble in the big tank of clear glass. He's going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. He's going to shape the glass using a tool called the block. The scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So we've applied the color to the glass. Now we're coating it with clear glass. When we have all the glass we need, then we'll start to blow it up to its full size and shape. So right now we're just collecting the glass. Once again, we'll use the block, B-L-O-C-K. And just kind of round it out, make it nice and even. Now, Gabe, sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Say what? Yes. We only put on gloves if we become uncomfortable. So if something's too hot, we'll put a glove on. If it's not, it's easier to do it without gloves. Not by glass blowing standards, no. Once again, we'll let this bubble cool, and we'll take another gather, add another layer of clear glass. So Ben has a drill in his hand. We're going to drill a hole in that bubble. The drill is an ordinary electric drill. The bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten. Tungsten is a very hard, high melting material. We'll heat up the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we'll drill right into the glass. And these holes that he's drilling will become little windows in the final piece. Can we put up some of the finished pieces with the windows? So we're going to coat this once more with clear glass. And when we finally blow it up, those little holes will expand into like little clear windows. You'll be able to see the interior of the glass. Hi, how are you guys? Where are you from? What school? Westlake Elementary? Okay. Can we get a crowd shot of the kids in the center? I see. No, you're not there. So our guest artist is Ben Cobb. He's a tall guy sitting at the center bench. And he's going to be making some sculptures kind of like the ones that you see here on the pedestal. We're still collecting enough glass to make them. So he's letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And we're going to put it back in the furnace and coat it with more hot glass. You guys have any questions? Not yet. Okay. What? How hot is it in there? It's 2,300 degrees. That's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Natural gas. What are the what? The holes for? Oh, they're going to become windows. When we blow it up, there'll be like a little clear window. You can see into the inside of the piece. What? They're making sculptures kind of like these on the pedestal. So now Ben's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. He's going to drip some of the excess glass off into that steel can. And we'll save that excess glass, and then eventually we'll go back in the furnace. So now he's shaping the glass with a tool called the block. Yes. Yes. Well, with the orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. It's not the color of the glass. You ever looked inside a toaster when it's hot and the wires glow, or an electric stove, the burners glow when they're hot? That's what you're seeing here. That's the orange part. When it cools off, it'll return to its natural color. You guys have any questions? Well, it's kind of similar to lava. Lava is molten rocks and glass is molten sand. Yes. Is it fun? Yes, it's fun, but it's also hard. It's both hard and fun. What? Not really. We don't get burned much. Well, yeah, we would, but we don't. We don't put our head inside there.
She's trying to get your attention up here.
Yes. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. So all the glass in our furnace is clear glass. It's made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. The sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which makes the sand easier to melt. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. If we cook those three things together, we get clear glass. But if we want colored glass, then we add some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. So if we cook that stuff up with cobalt, we get blue glass. If we cook it up with chromium, we get green glass. If we cook it up with a little bit of gold, we get a beautiful ruby red glass. So we don't cook up our own colored glass. We buy it. We buy it like an artist buys paint: red, yellow, blue, pink. We want to make a orange bubble. We cut off a chunk of this orange glass. We blow a bubble of clear glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the orange glass. The companies that sell us the glass make almost 200 different colors. So for this bubble that we have here, we coated it with black, and then we coated white on top of that. And so it'll be black on the inside and white on the outside. Yes. How long does it take to make what? The ones on the Oh, I would say it depends what you're making. Some things take longer than others, but this will probably take about an hour. But it's an How much glass do we make a day? Oh, I don't know. We don't make the same thing every day. So some things are quick, like Christmas ornaments. We can make a lot of them. Maybe we make 50 of them in a day. Things like this, they take an hour, hour and a half. Maybe we'll only make 6. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Yes, we roll it on the steel table to make it nice and round and even. Yeah. You lost me. How much time does it take? And then you lost me. Yes. Yes, yeah. It's very hot where they're standing, and as you get farther away from it, it gets cooler. They drink a lot of water while we're working. So now in the center, Ben has put on a silver sleeve. That sleeve is made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. It's what firemen wear when they go into a burning building. Yes? All these sculptures, did we make them? No. These were made by a different artist from Italy called Lino. So all the stuff on that balcony was made by Lino. We have all sorts of different artists come in here and work. So we have all sorts of things. We don't make everything. Say 9 pounds, 10 pounds. I'm just guessing. I have no idea. I'm just looking at it. Oh yeah, because the weight is far out on the end of that pipe. It's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. The leverage is all wrong. So if you guys remember, we drilled some little holes in that bubble. And now you can see they've expanded. They become these little windows. So you can see inside the bubble. So now Gabe is getting that glass really hot and soft. You can see it kind of wiggling around. And Ben's going to shape it. Ben is the man sitting down at the workbench. Yeah. That's a sleeve. It's a special material to protect his arm from the heat. Is the glass heavy? Yes. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. So you know how heavy a bucket of water is, and double that and then some. So now Ben is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The round oven that we're heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up with a big round oven. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with a torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up with a big round oven, the glory hole, then it heats it up more generally. When we heat it up with the torch, we can focus the heat just exactly where we want it. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, you remember earlier on we drilled some small holes in that bubble, and now they've become those two big windows that you see on the sides of the shape. The torch in Ben's hand is a propane torch. It has a 3,500 degree flame, and it allows us to focus the heat in certain places so that we can make just the part we want to shape hot and leave the rest of the form untouched. Have I ever made any glass? Yeah, lots of glass. Nope. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, guys. So he's heated up one side of that shape. As we spin it, that side is softer and it stretches, while the other side, which is cooler, doesn't stretch as much, and we're getting a shape similar to the shapes that you see here. So that bubble is white on the outside, black on the inside, and has two clear windows on the opposite side. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know?
No, in this moment we just arrived now.
Okay.
And we are watching and learning.
Okay. It's beautiful. Take your time.
What is gonna be the intention, the piece?
It's going to be a sculpture similar to the ones on that pedestal, that same kind of shape, except different colors.
Okay.
So the next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Sarah, over on the left, is preparing the punty. She's going to bring it to Ben here at the workbench. Ben will stick it on, and then we'll break the glass away from the pipe that it's on now. Then the top of the sculpture will be exposed. The top can then be heated and shaped. So here comes Sarah with the punty. We'll make a little notch in the punty so as we have a clean place to break it off. When they feel that bond is strong enough to hold the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Drip a little water where we want it to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the sculpture is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Can we put up some of Mr. Cobb's artwork up on the big screen? So you can see this style with these windows. We start by drilling holes in the glass when it's very small, cover it with clear glass, and then when we blow it up, it becomes these little windows into the interior of the sculpture. So over on the left, Nick and Sayuri are preparing the bubble for the next sculpture. Mr. Cobb wants of different colors. So we're applying each color, rounding it out, making it smooth, and then applying the next color on top of that. You guys have any questions? Do you guys in the back have any questions? We're going to stretch out the glass at the very top. It's always a little bit thick there. So we'll stretch it with those tweezers, and then we'll cut some of that off. We're going to give the glass a little squeeze. Then we're going to blow some air into that form. That little gnarly nub, that'll come off eventually. He's grabbing that and stretching the neck out. As we work on this long neck, we have to be mindful of the connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. If that connection is allowed to get too cold, it'll crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. So periodically you'll see one of the glass blowers grab a torch and just warm up that connection. Does anybody have any questions? So now Ben has 2 cork pads in his hand. The corks allow us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. There. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The process is called annealing. We're going to take the sculpture off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. In order to get the glass off the metal rod, we're going to use water. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. The water will crack the glass, and then just a light tap on the metal pole will release it. Gabe has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it very slowly overnight so it doesn't break. There's the water on that joint. There's the tap. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Ben Cobb and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Gabe Feenan, Sayuri Fukuda, and Nick Davis. Coming in, guys. So in this bench on the left, we're making what's called a color cup, where can we put up the stuff a color cup drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we use these color cups to layer colors. So we'll make the color cup like he's got there, then we'll have another bubble with a different color, and we'll drop it inside, and the two colors will be layered. So now we're breaking for lunch. We'll be back in an hour. You see up on the big screen, those are some artworks by our guest artist, Benjamin Cobb. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a very special guest artist, Ben Cobb. Ben's a tall guy heading for the furnace. Ben is the director of our glass shop here at the museum. He's been with the museum ever since it opened. He's a very talented artist and glass blower, and he's usually here making a work for other people. Today he's making his own designs. Ben has been working in glass for 30 years. He started in an after-school job as a teenager. He went on to the Rochester Institute of Technology, where he studied glass and got a degree. And he's worked in several glass shops and then landed here at the museum. Glass blowing is a team sport, so he's working with several of our other Museum of glass blowers. Gabe Feenan in the light gray shirt, Sayuri Fukuda in the jean shorts, and Sarah Gilbert over on the far left. We'll be making some sculptures similar to the ones that you see here on this cart. Can we put up some of Mr. Cobb's artwork up on the big screen? So Mr. Cobb is interested in nature and in biology, and so some of these sculptures are based on stylizations of internal organs and the human anatomy. So over on the right, we're doing what's called a color overlay. One of the glass blowers blows a bubble. The other glass blower heats up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with the colored glass. So all the glass in our big furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We want to make a colored object. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and then we heat up a chunk of a color, and then we coat that bubble with the colored glass. That's called color. I believe for this bubble we're going to have 3 different colors, one on top of the other. So you'll see one color from the inside and a different color on the outside. Can we put up the double overlay drawing? Give you a little better idea how that works. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing. So you see the first color that we coat the clear bubble with is the color you'll see from the inside. The second color that we put over that, that's the color you'll see from the outside. So just to get you guys started, give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, one on each side of the studio. Inside each of the glass furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. So in between dipping into the furnace, we let the bubble cool and stiffen a bit. That's what Ben is doing now. He's just hanging out, letting that cool and stiffen a bit so that when we immerse it in the molten glass, it won't collapse. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So this is, if you look up on the big screen, this is what our glass furnaces look like inside. In the bottom half, there's a pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Anybody have any questions so far? Hi, how are you guys? Good. We're making some sculptures similar to the ones you see on the pedestal where it's lighted up. We have a guest artist, Ben Cobb. It's a tall guy at the far end of the studio. And we're just applying the colored glass. Has anybody in here watched the TV show Blown Away? Netflix? Ben was on this season's Blown Away. He was the guest judge in episode 6 of this season's Blown Away. all the colors that you see while we're working are all distorted by the heat. Everything when it's really hot looks orange. As it cools, it returns to its natural color. If you've ever seen, think of your own homes, and you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, they return to being gray. Glass is the same way. So so the glass that Ben is making is will be red on the inside and blue on the outside. And of course, if you look at the bubble now, it doesn't look anything like that. That's because it's hot. Why is the room shaped like this? There's 3 reasons. Reason number 1, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number 2, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney. You're basically sitting inside a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number 3 is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw all these big metal cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. You can see one up on the big screen. So we've just added the 3rd and final color, which is blue. We'll smear that until it entirely coats the original bubble. Well, how long do we have the glass furnaces? They're on 24/7, and we generally run them for 6 or 7 years before we have to maintenance them. It depends on what you're doing. The longer it stays in, the hotter it gets, the softer the glass gets. And depending on how soft you want it, that's how long you hold it in there. The glass itself is made out of 3 things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those 3 ingredients into the big furnace. You cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. In the morning, you have a tank full of clear glass. If you want to make colored glass, you take those same 3 ingredients, but you cook them up with some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So it's not quite as straightforward as paint. Yes.
Question about that coloring process. Do you devote an entire heating oven to that color and spike that batch with the color?
Okay, do we make our own color? The answer is no. We buy it from two companies in Germany. We buy it like an artist buys paint. Like an artist would go to the art store and buy a tube of red paint. We go to the glass store and buy a stick of red glass. Okay, can we play color overlay? We have a little video to show you how we apply it.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does that answer your question? So now we have all three colors on our bubble. We're letting it cool off and stiffen. And then we're going to coat it with clear glass. Anybody who's here with kids, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid that comes to museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So if you're here with kids, 12 and under, that's our only restriction. They have to be 12 or younger. Otherwise, go for it. Can we put up some, well, maybe later. So now Ben is coating his bubble with clear glass, from the furnace. He's going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. Oh yeah, there's no water in there. He's dipping it into water, but we use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be, the tool is made of wood. We want the wood to be damp so it doesn't burn, but we don't put any, there's no water in the scoop. What's the water? It's the modern replacement for asbestos. It's a high temperature material that's soft and fluffy. And, you know, in the olden days that would have been asbestos, but there's no asbestos in the shop anymore. We use a ceramic fiber blanket. Nope, nope. So in the center, Ben Cobb, our guest artist, is shaping the glass. The pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper. Just, can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, they have a new one, a brand new one, all folded up and ready, and sitting on top of that is a used one. But that's probably one of our most important shaping tools, is just this folded up pad of newspaper soaked in water. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the one that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Next thing we're going to do is drill some holes in this bubble. The drill is an electric drill, standard electric drill. The bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten. We heat up the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the hot glass. We'll drill the holes in the colored bubble, and then we'll coat it with more clear glass. And when we blow it up, those holes will make these windows that you see in the sculptures. We put up a couple of Ben's artworks with the windows. So those little holes that we drilled, we cover them with clear glass, and then when we blow them up, they become these little windows through which you can see the interior. We're making his sculptures, and he's in charge. They could all do any job. Most of the time, Ben, but sometimes it's Sarah, sometimes it's Gabe. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the stuff out in the pond in front of the museum. We're not really like that big on making things big, but we make them. Once made an 80-pound glass egg. Made sea turtles, rocket ships, musical instruments. No, no, that was a different artist. That was a guy named Dale Trehuli. He has a studio at the opera. What? Well, we didn't do it. It can't be the biggest theater. Oh, in the museum? I don't know. I've never measured it. We're not that. We don't think much about the biggest things. The biggest piece of glass ever made was a reflecting mirror for refracting telescope in an observatory in Hawaii, 27 feet across and 8 inches thick. Yeah, yeah. It's on a mountain in Hawaii. Nope, nope, never been. No, we didn't make it last year. I just talking about big. When something was big, I say that's the biggest piece of glass. So we dipped this bubble into the big tank of clear glass. He's checking it for bubbles, if there's anything in there he doesn't want. At this point, when it's thick and gooey, if there's something in there that we don't want, we can pluck it out, snip it off, and round the thing out again. Yep. Oh, I don't know. Time's it now? 2:40. So we've been working on this for about a half hour. Probably be like an hour total. What? Well, as Gabe says, 1 hour and 25 years. Yes. Why do they squirt water in the furnace? I'm just going to repeat things so everybody knows what I'm answering. Um, the, if there's any bubbles on the surface of the glass, if you squirt water in there, you can actually pop the bubbles just by squirting water in there. So now Gabe, seated to the left, is blowing as Ben shapes the glass with the wet newspaper. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. If we want to heat it more generally, we go to the big round ovens, the glory holes. If we need the heat in a particular place, we use the torches. So if you look at the bubble now, you can see where he drilled those. Oh, something's not right. No. Was there a problem with the color? They had a little problem with the color, and so they didn't want to go through all the rest of the process because the colors weren't right. So we're going to have to start over. Yes. You need goggles? No. We have OSHA measures our the output from the furnace. There's no excessive ultraviolet or infrared that's going to hurt your eyes. Nope, Ben did. Ben, tall guy, who's our guest artist. Yes. Yeah, he made all of those. This is his week. No. We get them from two companies in Germany, one called Kugler and one called Reichenbach, and they do nothing but make colored glass. They make it in bars. They make it in little chips. They make it in powders.
Do they do like some in see-through sticks? Does one do see-through sticks and one does solid sticks? I mean like stripes bags?
Oh no! They just uh, they make the solid ones and the transparent ones the same way, just cooking up different colors. So uh, if we put cobalt in there, it would be a transparent blue. If we put cadmium and selenium and tin, we'll get an opaque color like this orange. With this one?
There's a logo on it, but there's no logo on that one. Are they different brands?
This is Kugler. And this is Brilliant Gold, it's called.
And that one.
This one is,
Is it the same brand?
no, it's a different one. It's called Gaffer.
So the ones with the symbols.
This is orange.
Yeah.
G71 orange. The bars don't always look like the color that you're going to get when you blow it out. Like a lot of the transparent colors, they all look black, whether it's blue or green or.
And then can you mix them like that?
You cannot mix them, no. You can overlay one over the other, but they don't mix like paint.
Yeah, because wouldn't they just turn out like black or brown if you tried to do that?
Well, it's not fluid enough. The glass isn't soft enough to actually mix it. It has to be this has to be like water for you to mix it.
Yeah, and you have to melt it like.
You have to get it hotter.
You gotta get way hotter than light to do that.
Yeah, exactly. So, are you younger than 12? So you can enter our contest. 12 is good. Can we play Kids Design Glass? We have a video to show you what we've done with some of the kids.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. It's totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
shows that there's an artist in all of us. I think so, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you're here with kids 12 and under, it's free to enter. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you don't feel like drawing right this moment, grab an entry form, take it home. You can do the drawings at home and mail it in. Does anybody have any questions? So we're going to try and redo that one we just messed up. So in the center, we're going to add another color. So we'll press that color back until it entirely coats your bubble. So, but each of those colors that we applied is going to remain a separate layer. They won't mix together. That's an oven called the annealer. We're just keeping those things warm. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So when we want to add a layer of color to the outside of a piece, we make this shape that looks like a little bowl. We call it a color cup. We drop another bubble inside. So they're making color cups that we're going to use later on, not today, but later on in the residency. So we'll be able to add a layer of color to the outside of the bubble. You guys have any questions? What? Oh, well maybe help clear the fog. Right. Probably get tossed. We can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste because we have all the glass that we melt is in those big furnaces. It's all clear. We can't throw red and blue and green in there. Yep, I could lie to you, but yeah, that's what. Not really. Part of the thing. Right. But when you cut a pattern out of a roll of fabric, there's always little odds and ends that are left over. There you go. There you go. Right there. Yeah, it's sometimes it's just hard to find a use that's really practical. That's not more labor than it's worth. Over the year, we usually have about 30 different guest artists. They come from all over the world. Some of them are glass makers, some of them are not. We've had basket makers, ceramicists, painters, musicians, poets, all as guest artists. When we have a guest artist who's not a glass maker, then they come up with designs, and our team, which you see here, makes their designs. Of course, Ben is an excellent glass blower, so he's going to lead the team and make his own object. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So now we've applied all the layers of color. We're going to shape that bubble up. It's hollow. It has three different colors, one on top of the other. Then we're going to start to coat it with clear glass. So now Ben's going over to our furnace, and he's going to dip his bubble into the big tank of clear glass. So now Ben shapes the glass using a tool called the block. The block is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. It looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet. So now, next thing Ben's going to do is drill holes in that bubble. We'll drill holes in, and then we'll coat the outside with clear glass. And when we blow it up, those clear, where we drilled the hole, that'll become these little windows. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah, they're going to become little windows, and when it blows them up, they'll expand. And they'll sort of be two adjacent windows. Can we flip through some of Ben's work? See, there. Stop right there. It'll be something like that. Thanks. bubble was small, we drilled some holes in it, and then we dipped it in molten clear glass. And then as we blow it up, those holes expand and become the little windows. So you can see the inside of the house.
That is very cool. So it's going to be that big and that shape when he's finished?
Not exactly. We're not making duplicates.
Well, no, but something
Similar.
similar in the ballpark. Cool. Can't wait to see it. So exciting.
So now Gabe's taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. We have a little T-shaped trough where we lay the pipe and we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Could you turn your light off? The camera there? Yeah. It's fine to take pictures, just don't have the light on. So we're just waiting for that bubble to cool and stiffen a bit so that when we immerse it in the big tank of molten glass, it doesn't collapse. We put up just briefly the glass furnace diagram. So in our furnace, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And so when we dip the bubble in there, if it's too hot, the bubble will collapse. Thank you. Now Ben's going into the furnace again to coat his bubble. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Yes. I have no idea. Oh, she made a little diagram of where the different color cups are in the kiln and which colors they are, so we know if it's a dark green or a light green or what. A love letter. I don't know what he wrote. So we're taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. You just lay the steel pipe in the trough, press on the foot pedal, and it sprays water on the pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So no water on the glass, just on the metal pipe. Just want to cool it down. So Gabe is heating up the bubble in our glory hole. That's what we call the round furnaces with the doors open. He'll bring it to the workbench. Ben will be shaping it, and Sarah, seated to the left, will be blowing. Hi, how are you? Good. How are you doing? Good. Do you have any questions? Anything you want to know? This, I think, is red. It's blue on the outside, red on the inside. So now Ben is shaping the bubble with the block. That tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So Sarah, seated to the left, is blowing and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it with the wet newspaper. Now you can see each place where he drilled that small hole has expanded, and that's what makes those windows. Now Ben is squeezing the glass and making a narrow part at the top. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. And squeezing it, making it narrower, is called jacking it down. heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. Oh, thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. If you came in a little later, our guest artist is Ben Cobb. He's the man sitting at the center workbench with the silver sleeve. He's a director of our glass shop here at the museum. He's been with the museum since it started. He's exhibited his glass and given glass demonstrations all over the world. Most days he's in here working with our other guest artists to make their designs. But this week he's our featured artist and he's making his own design. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely, if ever, work alone. Now Ben's giving the glass a squeeze with 2 cork pads. Hi. How are you? Good. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay, well that's good. We like awe. If you think anything, let me know. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, what's your question? Why is this place made of glass? It's not. It's made of steel. We make glass here inside, but the walls are steel. Well, we buy our colored glass from two companies in Germany. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So we use the torches when we want to heat the glass in a particular place. So we got one torch on the very bottom. We want to soften it and make it flat so the sculpture will stand up. We got the other torch on the glass wrapped around the end of the metal pipe. That glass is fragile. If it gets too cold, it can crack. So periodically we go back with the torch and warm it up. And when I say warm it up, I mean keep it above 900 degrees. Ben's holding a paddle against the bottom to flatten it so we have a nice flat spot to stand on. Sarah in the black shirt and shorts at the center of the workshop is heating up our sculpture. She's concentrating the heat at the very top. We can control how much of the glass gets hot by how far we stick it into that furnace. When it comes out, you'll see the very top will be glowing. That means it's hot, and it also means it's soft. So now Ben is going to stretch out the glass at the very top of the sculpture. He grabs it with those crimps and stretches it out. Ben's going to stretch the top out a little more. He's squeezing and stretching the neck. colors interesting?
I might come back for a torch.
We've each done it like a certain amount of time. Ben has been doing an hour?
30 years? That torch
30
light over?
plus years? Jason, I would say, I've been doing it 16 years. Sarah's been doing it 20 plus.
See the color on the ground of the deck over there? Yeah.
We each kind of have our own backstories. Like, these guys. Huh? What? You being sassy? That was great.
What's that?
I said, are you being sassy?
Not even talking about you.
No, but none of us are actually from this area. So we all located to Seattle for the glass community.
I think that's
Jake's from
probably
California,
about it.
and you're from
Rochester?
Rochester. Nick and I are from Kansas. Sayuri's from Japan.
You have a what?
Like relocating from Japan out here?
I think so. Let me just,
So Seattle's kind of like
I gotta
Seattle,
expect a look
Tacoma.
sometime.
It's like the glass hub of the United States. Like we have the most glass blowing out of all of the United States. So that's kind of how we all ended up here. Ben and Gabe have been at the museum since it opened. So they moved here for this job. Yeah, 22 years ago.
I want to make stuff like this.
Yeah, it's a nice place to be in the winter.
What's that? Yeah. It's a weird color.
That's so weird.
So we're almost done. The reason I know that is I see Gabe over on the far right putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. He's going to put on some big yellow gloves made out of Kevlar. That'll protect his hands for the short trip to the annealer. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in the annealer to cool slowly overnight. We'll use water to get the glass off the metal rod. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Gabe's ready to catch it if it releases prematurely. There's the tap. Off it comes. We'll melt the little edges where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Ben Cobb and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So now in the center, Nick is heating up some of our cane, our rods of colored glass for making stripes. We've laid out a pattern. Ben's going to pick up these canes on the side of that glass cylinder. He's going to go back to the fire and melt them in. We're going to roll this bubble over those canes and add another layer of stripes. So Ben, over on the left, is preparing a fancy cane. He's put several layers of stripes into a cylinder of clear glass. We're going to attach it to the post. We're going to slowly draw out a rod that's maybe 20, 30 feet long. Once we've drawn it out as far as we can get away with, and we'll stop, hold it in the air. Whoa! Tugged a little too hard. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Oh, yeah. No, we can use small pieces of it, but it's pretty much ruined. It's not supposed to do that, but it did. No. Throw them away. I could lie to you. But no, I think this might be the third Thursday, and then the young people from the Hilltop Artist Program in Tacoma are going to be blowing glass. Is this the third Thursday of the month? We're only open late on one Thursday. Yeah, but this might be the third one. Anyway, if it is the third one, then we'll be open late, and the young people from the Hilltop will be coming in here and demonstrating. We've been here since 8:30 in the morning, so we put in our 8. Is this the third Thursday? No? What?
Breakfast at the cone set up.
Oh, no. No, just people wandering in right now. I thought maybe it was the third Thursday. Everybody's gone, Chris. If you want to shut it down.